This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to your live sunset safari. The sun is not setting just yet, though. We do have quite some time until that happens. But the skies are blue, the sun is shining, and it's also cold. Winter in South Africa. I just don't know. But we will be giving you a live bumble from two very different vehicles on Djuma to see what we can each find for you. We will also be coming to you live from Ngala and Pridelands and even Phinda this afternoon. So we have lots of different beautiful locations showing you wonderful things. So get ready, everybody. It's that time of day for your live bumble through the bush. Welcome aboard, everyone, to Team Wendy at Leeds. It's going to be a bumpy bumble, but it's going to be a good one. But the chill in the air, it looks like it's warm, but it's really not. Looks can be deceiving, that's for sure. My name is Lauren, and I do have Davy on camera. And we've got one of our old cameras back, and it's so nice to stare into this camera and see a familiar lens. Our plan this afternoon is to go west. We're going to try our hardest to go west and see if we can get lucky over that side. It's not too often that we go west of Djuma into Simbambili, but today that is definitely the plan, and I'm very excited for it. So this is a different open area. This is Sandy Patch. Normally we show you quarantine. But this is Sandy Patch. Darkmane loves a good piece of Sandy Patch. But before I do start my bumble west, let me remind you that this is a live safari and an interactive one. So please do talk to us. We do really enjoy your wonderful questions and your lovely comments. You send them in via hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, or you can use @AFC on the YouTube chat, or you can even head over to the WildEarth website. As long as you've registered, you can submit your questions there. And kids, if you're watching, please do send in your questions. We just love to answer them. You send them in via email, and the email address is kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Tell us your name, your age, which country you're from, and your favourite animal. It's nice to start the drive in a different open clearing. Sandy Patch is nowhere near as big as Quarantine, but it's still an open clearing. There's normally Impala here, but clearly those two from earlier disappeared, and they're not up for hanging around. Okay, Davi, shall we bumble? And off we go, everyone, starting our sunset safari of today. Okay, as we begin our bumble west,
while Lauren bumbles westwards, you're now jumping on board with us as we bumble eastwards. I don't know if Lauren mentioned my name, but for those of you that know me, well, you'll know that my name is Tristan, and for those of you that don't, well, now you know. On camera, I've got BK this afternoon. There we go. And we will be trying to head eastwards for two reasons. We're going to be hopefully following up on Marips at Chitwa, and then we're also going to try our luck. It's going to be touch and go, and maybe Wendy will be a better car for it, but we'll try with Rusty to see if we can get lucky with the Talamatis on their buffalo kill. So we'll go and head in that direction. So probably shoot quickly through there, and then once we've gotten there, we will know very quickly if we have signal or not, and then from there cross to Chitwa. We can't Chitwa, and from there cross to Chitwa. We can't cross Chitwa just yet because, well, guests are still in camp and getting ready for their afternoon drive, and it's a very awkward thing to come down the slope there into front of the camp, and people are using their outside bathrooms and showers. So definitely don't want to be doing that. So we'll wait for a little bit until they're out and all ready. Oh, it's an old little nest. I've never noticed this little nest before. Can you see it there, Beaks? Hanging down. An old little cup nest that, by the looks of things, with wind and various other things, has become a bit dilapidated and broken. You can see bits of leaves and spider web and things. Now, that could easily have been from anything like a little flycatcher, chinspot batis, those kind of birds. They build these little cup nests like this. The flycatchers, normally you'll find like paradise flycatchers in the drainage lines with moss attached to it. This is so old it's difficult to know which one it is, and it's been a bit destroyed, but you can see the intricate work there with leaves and silk that's been spun. And what's interesting is the tree that it's been put in. This is a buffalo thorn that this little nest is in. So not only does it have the protection of quite a camouflaged little nest, and you can imagine with all the leaves on it, it'll be quite tricky to see that, but also these thorns help protect it from various predators kind of getting in towards it. There's not a huge amount of things that can get to those chicks, and when it's built into a nest, into a tree like this. So quite clever from that little bird, whichever bird it may have been. Nice. There's actually been some fairly good birds hanging around lately. I've seen quite a number of nice bush shrikes in the last couple of days. They're difficult to get on camera because they typically don't sit still, but they've been around, both orange-breasted and grey-headed bush shrike. Alright, where we're going now is going to mean that we're going to break up with signal, and it sounds like Lauren and the rest are all having a bit of a problem, so I'm just going to reverse and take a slightly different route. Sometimes one has got to do a safari in reverse just to keep things different, shake things up a little bit. Alrighty, we're almost there. Probably should have just turned around, it would have been easier, but good to practice the reversing skills. You never know when you're going to need it. Also, I'm sorry if you hear like a little whine from Rusty every now and then. The guys are unsure. It was at the workshop today. They looked at it, but they're unsure where it's coming from. So they said we just need to monitor it, and if it gets worse, then we'll be able to pinpoint a little bit more where the sound is, because it only makes it every now and then. So if you do hear a little whine from Rusty every now and then, I do apologize. Say we did look at it today, but I couldn't find anything, and neither could one of the mechanics that's on site. Alright, so I'm going to bumble down here, then we'll slowly head eastwards. In the meantime though, let's send you across to the weather for this afternoon. Seems like it's going to be an icy day, but a nice day from a sunshine point of view. It shouldn't be too much cloud, but it is going to be cold. Unfortunately, the snow has hit various parts of South Africa in the high-lying areas, and so it's been very, very cold in those sections, and that cold air is going to be shifting through to us, and we're going to start feeling it a lot more in the next little bit. It was quite amazing actually in Johannesburg today, which Johannesburg is not very far in terms of weather. It's, you know, I suppose it's far enough that it would be different weather altogether, but they had a blisteringly cold morning this morning. It sounded like in some places it was minus 5 degrees Celsius, but the real feel was closer to like minus 10, which is, I mean, ridiculously cold. And I'm very, very, very glad that I wasn't doing game drive in that this morning. I would have been most upset with my no gloves situation if it was minus 5 here. Luckily for us, it was nowhere near that. We were actually quite fine. It was chilly, but it wasn't that bad. The good news is I found my gloves. Just because yesterday I had to fill in for the tech guy who was out. Marcel was unfortunately busy with something else, and so I had to quickly race back to camp and go be a tech person under his tutelage. It's not like I knew what I was doing, he just told me what to do, but I had to take my gloves off to go and type on the keyboard. I left them in FC. I think what we'll do here is we'll just come down Vulture's Nest, and then we're going to cross onto Battalier. From Battalier we'll just head straight up and then onto Central towards Sorchwood and go and see if we get signal at that kill. Got it. In my almost 13 years now out here, I haven't seen snow in this reserve or on the mountains from where you can see. So no, I have once, I mean, it was debatable whether it was frost or not. I'm still not convinced, but the guys were saying it was frost down on the Sabi riverside. And then, but yeah, no snow on this section. We're not high enough here to get snow. It'd have to be ridiculously cold and freakish for us to be able to get snow in this particular part of the world. I hope we never get snow on this. I mean, it would be amazing from an animal point of view. Imagine like ellies and leopards and things in the snow. There's lots of photos going around at the moment of cheetah in the snow. It was, you know, a photographer last year caught quite a, well, not caught, but managed to go to the assignment by the name of Kirsten Frost, and he found cheetah in the snow. And this year I've seen more photos again of cheetah in the snow. But it would be, imagine how cool it would be if you could get like leopard, lion, cheetah, elephant. It would be very cool. Herd of buffalo in the snow. I mean, they'd make the snow look like an absolute mess. But between them pooping everywhere, it would still be cool to see. I think they'd look so grumpy with their little bosses with little snow-capped heads. I don't think they look very happy about life at all. Now, whenever I come into this little section here, I always think to myself just how crazy changes can be within our area. This section where we're now was like to find Tingana here, Tamba, Hosana, Tandi, Kuchava even used to come up here very seldom, but she has been seen up here. We used to even sometimes get shadow here. So this little kind of junction and mess of roads and riverbed held a lot of action for a very long time. In fact, Tamba, right in this little section here for about 3 weeks, it was almost every day we and nowadays we just see anything when it comes to these guys. It's, you know, we don't see Milwaukee, the only leopard that I've seen around here. Kalamba, not even. She doesn't seem to like this section much anymore. She turns to go other places. So it's super weird for me that this has become so dead given how perfect it is for leopard. Some impalas. Hey guys. Alrighty, well, we'll sit with these impalas for a little bit. Let's see if they give us any indication of something being around. So, impalas are still fairly quiet. They'll be a bit twitchy this afternoon. There's quite a bit of a breeze blowing. You can maybe hear it rustling. So they'll be fairly nervy, especially in places like this. It's quite dense and thick. You see how they're running off already. A very different behavior than we're used to from impalas at this time of the day. Sorry guys. Especially here where I'm parked right now. It's so dense. They probably think something's about to murder them. Try their very best to get away from us. Hey guys, don't worry, nothing's trying to eat you. I suppose in their life they've seen scars with predators so many times that when they see a predator and it's this kind of windy and thick, they generally are a lot more nervous of what's going on. Don't exactly earn their trust very well, do we? See how much more jumpy they are than normal. They keep looking back to us. You also notice how they're trying to move into the most open part that they can. So somewhere where they can actually see what's going on rather than into denser thickets to the left. They're kind of coming out towards the road and then the open grass areas on my right hand side. Much easier to see everything that's happening than being in those thickets. Alrighty, well, I think we'll probably leave these impalas to themselves. I feel like we're stressing them out, which I don't want to do. And we'll continue moving our way eastwards to see if we can get any sign of those termites. Well, before we leave the impalas, you'll see that there's a little shrike on the ground here. Beautiful little bird. Background. They're pretty common throughout this area, but often quite tricky to get on camera. They tend to be quite flighty. So nice that this little guy is sitting so beautifully for us, all things considered. Now it seems as though you guys are going to be on a solo safari at this point with just me. Don't know where everybody else has gone to. Ngala Private and Phinda are supposed to be with us, but I think we're having a few little issues. So you're going to have to listen to me droning on about birds and impalas and all kinds of other nonsense for a little while longer. I wonder what was eating there. I wonder if there wasn't any little pugnacious ants or something. Remember, shrikes are predatory birds. If you look at their beak structure and the way that it's shaped, they've got that little recurved beak at the front tip. So they are little insect eaters for the most part. So I wonder if there wasn't some sort of ant or... I'm trying to look on this bare sort of disturbed area, but I don't see anything. Right. Now I'm going to leave our little track to itself. We're going to carry on and try and see what we can find in the meantime, though. I think we're sending you to Angus down at Phinda, but I'm not 100% sure.
Welcome to andBeyond Phinda. And as you can see, we've got quite a common but often an overlooked type of antelope. This is a herd of Impala. Looks like a mixed herd. There's a couple of mature males as well as a lot of females and their youngsters. My name is Angus, and behind the camera today we have Johan. And welcome to your live safari. I'm very excited to have you all with us this afternoon. Looks like, I'm wondering if you can hear it, but it's quite a icy, windy afternoon here, and you can see the Impala are actually standing quite close together. Notice their fur is not as shiny as it usually is. It actually looks quite dull. And that's just because it's of how it's sitting on their bodies. They fluff it up like what we would do when we have goosebumps. Obviously ours is a lot less effective than what they're doing, and that makes the gap between the outside air and their skin a little bit bigger and helps insulate them and keep them warm. You can also see a little bit of movement within the herd. A lot of them are spending some time grooming themselves and grooming each other, what we call allo grooming. And that lends... It's a reason why Impala are so successful, actually. One of the many reasons, I suppose. I mentioned in the opening that Impala are very common antelope, and I think people don't give them enough credit. They really are some of my favorite, and I think they really are beautiful as well. And I was saying how it lends to their success. So they spend a lot of time grooming themselves and each other, and that helps keep them... That just helps keep them healthy, and it keeps parasites off of them. And try and find a pair that are doing what we call allo grooming when they groom each other. Or, I suppose, notice even the ones grooming themselves, they use their bottom jaw. And their front canines and their incisors have little gaps in between them. So when they do lift their teeth through their fur, it acts as a comb. It looks like two of the young males doing a little bit of pushing there, but very young males. I think they're about 2 years old, those ones. So 2-year-old males, and especially at this time of year, not really, no real need to fight. You can see how some of the peripheral or members of the herd that are on the outside are facing outwards and just looking around. Kerry has asked if I've ever seen an albino impala, and the answer is not in real life, but I have seen pictures of them. And I think it's... I don't know how many of you have heard of the white lions at andBeyond in Ngala. And I think the reason for those impala being white would be the same. It's just a melanistic or genetic mutation. So I was mentioning how some of the outside members are facing outwards, and they're just keeping a lookout for the rest of the herd. In this wind, animals like to try and stay in areas where, or they'd like to also be out of the cover of the wind, but they also want to be able to see around them. So you can see they ducked in and around a thicket there, and this one is just trying to keep a good lookout. You can imagine, or certainly in my ears, the wind is really, really blowing, so it's difficult to hear much around me. You can see that one there also chewing, so I think let's stay on him. And it hasn't been eating, so it looks like to me it's chewing a cud ball, and those cud balls have been partially digested already, so it's food that it probably would have eaten earlier. It sounds a little bit disgusting, but also another reason why Impala, and a lot of the animals actually do it, but a reason why they are able to survive here is because you can see in the background the vegetation here is extremely dry, and that means it's relatively poor in nutrients. Oh, it's just stopped chewing, so I think there's another cud ball. Did you watch that? Let's try and watch his throat. You can actually see when he's done chewing, you'll hopefully see that cud ball go down, and then after a few moments there'll be a new one that comes up, so you'll swap that cud for another one in his stomach, and a new one will come up and he'll re-chew it and then send it back down for some more digestion. Let's just give him some time. There it goes. Wait for another one to come up. There it comes. That's very, very interesting to watch. I love it. And it looks like to me that a lot of them are actually doing it. Just a nice view of them from side on like that. See if we can watch him do it again. I love that side to side chewing motion of the bottom jaw. There it goes. And another one coming up. Wow, awesome. So at this time of year, a lot of the Impala are mixed feeders, which means they feed on grass as well as shrubs. So it's likely that it'll be a mixture of the two, but in the dry season, you can see the leaves of some of the trees that are evergreen are probably a bit more nutritious than this very, very dry grass. I'm just going to try and move us forward. We've already been watching him chew his cud for a while. Can get a better look at the rest of the herd from here. Can get a very good look as well at their dull coats, which are only dull because of the cold weather. Alright, Johan and I are going to keep moving. We're going to try and find a pride of lion that we've seen this morning. And we'll leave these Impala to do their thing this afternoon.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hi, I'm Nikki, your guide here at andBeyond in Ngala. So my favorite animal in the African bush definitely has to be the zebra, because like people, with our fingerprints, every single zebra has a different stripe pattern. And of course, a group of zebras together is called the dazzle. How unique is that? Come and join me or one of my colleagues here in Ngala for a sunrise and sunset safari on WildEarth.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
We haven't quite made it west yet, I'm afraid, but we have bumped into some ellies. Nothing beats an ellie sighting, really. You can never get bored of them. Especially when they're in such a jolly good mood. You can really tell when ellies are relaxed and happy and they're feeding and the sun is shining, they're warming up. Ellies are one species that you can really sort of recognize their body language as far as a human mind can. There's definitely a lot that we can't recognize, but they're all crossing over from Zimbabwe actually into Djuma. Good choice, everyone, good choice. I love it when animals come into the property rather than leaving. Okay, I think I'm going to go forward a little bit. I'm just going to do so slowly. I think there's just one over here. Did you get that named off? Neither did I. Yes, they both have tusks. It's not a sex sort of differentiation thing. They can also both not have tusks. They can also have broken tusks. But generally speaking, you do get tuskless individuals of both sexes. However, generally speaking, when it's males, it's from fighting. It's from aggression, and when you find it in females, it's normally from a sort of recessive gene that's being passed down. But both sexes do have tusks. It's not a way to differentiate between the sexes like Impala. That's the one I was looking at. Look at this little one. Just figuring things out. They're not very good, you see. He's struggling to grip with the trunk. But you see how narrow and thin the trunk really is. There's a lot of sort of development to go. Come on, you can do it. I think it's just pulling up like one blade at a time. But practice makes perfect. We're winning here, everyone. We're trying, but I don't think we're winning to get the grass up. Oh. That's it. You can do it. This is very sweet. Young ellies really don't know how to use their trunk. It's a learning process, as you can see. I'm not sure it's actually picking up anything. We're going to use our feet to help here. You're getting there, little one. was a blade of grass or two. Scar, you love it when they're at this age. It's a very, very sweet age. They do the most clumsy things. They take the biggest tantrums. They completely overreact to many things. And they're just adorable. I love it too. But you can see it's not using its trunk very well. I mean, I think it got a blade of grass, or two of grass, but it's not coordinated. It's not strong in the sort of use of its trunk. But every day it'll get better. And I'm sure it still will be suckling from mom, whichever one is mom. What have you got on your head? Oh. Bird poop. What bird did that to you? Now this one has no problem using his trunk. Years of experience. I mean, the trunk really acts as... Well, it is a nose, but it's also an arm, it's also a tongue, it's also a snorkel. That's Gowrie Gate in the background. That's the gate you come in when you enter the northern sector of the Sabi Sands. Baby alleys are best viewed from further away. So obviously our cameras have very powerful lenses, powerful zoom. And when they're not really aware of your presence, that's when you're going to sort of be able to witness the most hilarious behavior. Sometimes when they see the vehicle, they think, oh, and they run to mom, and that's it. You don't get terribly good views of them because naturally they hide right under mom's tummy. But when you just position yourself a little bit far away and they're not really too aware of you, that's when you start to capture all these wonderful, precious little sightings of them trying to navigate being a baby elephant. Don't walk too far on your own, little one. They are crossing right into Djuma. I think if we go up ahead, we're going to be able to get some better views. There's more on the other side. This is called Triple M. Simbambili, Djuma. And they're literally crossing from the west to the east, but there's more here. There's another youngster there, Delphi. There's lots of them, and one here. How is this? Okay. Jason, I've not heard of that, to be honest. I guess it's possible they can get separated from the herd, but at this age, they're very, very much attached to mom, responsive to mom. And of course, as soon as they do wander off, they're leaving themselves extremely vulnerable to predators, mainly lions. And elephants are in constant communication, remember, through audio that we can't hear, completely out with our hearing range. So I imagine Mom will constantly be calling if she loses sight of her little one. Hey, little one, come back, where are you? And the elephant will come back. But I guess young elephants can maybe get stuck in the mud or the marsh and therefore maybe not be able to get out and get left behind. I'm sure there's definitely times that will have happened. But I think it's quite rare for the youngster to just wander off entirely and be completely on his own. Let's go forward, Dove. I'm sure a little one could maybe get separated in panic. So something happens and the herd all split and all panic. I'm sure it's definitely possible for the little one to maybe, go the wrong way or make the wrong choice. It's definitely possible, but it's not the norm. They really look after their young, the whole herd, not just Mom. All of the adults. The calves are important. The calves are the future of the herd. Kate, you're saying you can spend all day with elephants. They're so interesting. They definitely are. I like listening. It's the one sort of animal out here. I like being relatively silent and just listening because there's a lot you can hear from them moving and pulling at the vegetation, the rumbles, the big sighs. There's a lot you can hear when you're around elephants. They're very noisy animals. Isn't this just so lovely? They're very relaxed. So hopefully they won't move too fast and we can spend a little bit longer with them. We're just sitting here with a herd of elephants. Some of them are feeding, some of them are dust bathing. It's so lovely, lots of lovely sounds around us. So we're just going to sit here and just watch this absolutely adorable sight. That's so lovely. They're moving off now, and they're heading in the direction we want them to go.
Live.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to andBeyond in Ngala. As you can see right in front of your screens, we have a beautiful animal standing there. A plains zebra, busy munching on some grass over there. Good afternoon once more, everybody. My name is Trico, and with me I have Owen behind the camera doing a spectacular job. And welcome once more. So our plan was basically head to the waterhole and see what we can find there. And then all of a sudden we came across these zebras enjoying some grass here. You can see how now that zebra is just standing and looking in that sort of northerly direction. And earlier on was actually feeding, but now it's looking in that direction. Possibly could have seen something in that area. I can see there's some few impalas there as well in the bushes there. So maybe that's probably might have caught this zebra's attention. You can see this. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. You just saw those impalas started running. And I was like, why are they doing that? But it's because there's another zebra that just came in, as you can see on your screens there. Looks like possibly, part of these zebra that is in front there. And there's actually even a little bit more in the bushes that we can't really see. It looks like a nice harem here. Here's another one just pop in. Crossing the road. Just thinking if maybe they are possibly coming from that waterhole, or they're just feeding their way towards that waterhole, because the waterhole is not too far. It's about maybe a minute or two away. Quite beautiful. And actually, because right now, it's a winter month or winter season, there is actually a lot of sort of dead trees and brown grasses, and I would think they stand out more, but when they're into the bushes, they really don't really stand out. But as we slowly head to that waterhole, I'm going to send you over to Tristan. I think he has a surprise for everybody.
Well, it is a bit of a surprise that we've gotten signal. I really didn't think we would. So I'm glad that we have, and we're going to have to just be dead still, because every time we move, even rocking of the car, the signal goes down and up, down and up. So we're going to try and take it as easy as possible. But there's the telemates on a buffalo kill. When was the last time we've had that? I don't think we've ever had the telemates on a buffalo, as far as I know. Not certainly on the WildEarth drives. I mean, they've been on buffaloes before, but look at the one male. He's sleeping on the ribs. He's eaten himself to the point where he cannot fit another thing in. I mean, he looks completely ridiculous with his fat tummy, but he's found the ribs to be the most comfortable place to have a little nap. And so the pride itself is just eating away. They've absolutely devoured this buffalo. It's crazy to think that this is a bull buffalo that was pretty much whole. this time yesterday, it was alive and kicking, and that's how much they've eaten in the space of 24 hours. Well, not even. I mean, they would have killed this at some point last night. So they certainly have plowed through it, and it's because the pride was hungry. They were looking for food, and I'm glad that they've had a bit of success, because this is going to stand them in good stead. These male lions that are in this group, these young males, once they start to figure it out, they're going to be an asset to this pride. And remember that there are 3 young males in the group at the moment, and there was a 4th one that was with them the other day. And if those 4 can all stay together, then this pride will have no problem with hunting buffalo as the winter season carries on and these buffalo start to lose condition. Now, currently, as far as I can see, I can only count 10 lions at the moment. 11 lions. There's one that's lying far away, and that maybe gives me an idea that it might be that male that's just clinging on to them, and the kind of main part of the pride is lying up here, and then one that is lying further away might be the one that's trying to compete and try and actually get into the pride a little bit and kind of settle down with the boys. But it's cool that we managed to get them on the kill. I honestly didn't think we were going to get anything out of this. I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to just be frustrated by the fact that we couldn't find any signal, but I'm glad that we can. I know a lot of you really enjoy the termite pride, and I know we don't spend as much time with them or looking for them as we do with the leopards, but it's not because we don't want to spend time with them. It's just that unfortunately they're spending a lot of time in areas we just can't go, and so even though they are seen on the traverse, it's just unfortunate that we are not able to actually head in that direction. So it's nice that we're managing to actually get them on a good meal. I'm going to keep quiet for a little bit because the noise of them eating is pretty cool. You hear that one that's chewing through the skin. I'm pretty sure they'll still be here this time. Well, not this time tomorrow. Maybe this time tomorrow they'll have moved off towards the nearest waterhole. But they... grumbling and groaning at each other. Make me laugh. There's so much food and they've eaten so much, but yet they still get irritated with each other. But look at the power of that lioness. Do you think that looks light, even though it's just a skeleton and not much meat on it? But it's still incredibly heavy, the bone structure of a buffalo. And to her to just lift it and move it as though it weighs nothing is amazing to me. It's a big buffalo that they killed. Very, very cool. Now, there's one individual who is in the bad books at the moment. She has got no manners whatsoever because the wind is blowing from the south to the north. And we are parked on the southern side of this. I very strategically parked myself, hoping for signal on this side so that I didn't have to be upwind from lines that are going to be passing wind at a rate of knots because of how much is inside them, and also going to the toilet. But one lioness decided she would come and sit right next to us just now and unleashed all fury from her rear end, and it is now coiled up in a pile of decaying buffalo meat next to us, and it is rank to say the least. She has then flopped herself down right next to the car, in fact so close to the car that I can't move right now, and all I can get is this vapor of doom and despair that is coming through in a green haze from this coiled foulness and her rear end. So, not ideal. She could have done it to our left rather than our right, but anyway, it's the way it goes. It's the perils of being at a lion lion kill. They poo everywhere and it hums. It is not a very pleasant smell at all. It's kind of the one that kind of catches you at the back of the throat. All right, well, we'll sit here a little bit longer and we'll see what they get up to. There's going to be quite a few vehicles that are going to head this way, so we won't be able to spend all afternoon here. But I'm very, very excited that we at least managed to get a view.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I am thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Good afternoon and welcome back to WildEarth. We are live at Eco Training Pridelands and now out on bushwalk. So my name is JP LaRue and behind the camera we've got Mpho. At the moment we're looking at what we can find. Everything is dry, everything is incredibly quiet, and we've been looking for tracks and signs of elephants for this afternoon and for say early this morning, but we couldn't find a single sign. However, we did find some very old elephant dung right over here. You can see it's not fresh, it's already started bleaching and it's incredibly dry and fibrous at the moment. So quite often what we also do find is that this becomes food for insects such as termites that will release this back into the ecosystem as nutrients, which will then be reabsorbed by trees and plants. And that will make its way through a number of different organisms and eventually back as waste products and recycled back into the system again. So if we look at the elephant dung itself, elephants also play a very important role in this ecosystem by distributing seeds. And we see that they eat quite a wide range of different things, and they also eat a number of different fruits, and they're responsible for distributing their seeds too. And in this area specifically, one of their favorite plants is the marula tree, which normally has fruit in the months of February and March. Once those fruits have gone, we generally start seeing that there's a decline of a number of elephants within the area. But recently we've also had an incredibly hot spell, and now it's been followed by a cold spell again. And some of the trees has actually been a little bit confused, especially the knobthorns, which is already flowering. And this seems to have actually attracted a large number of elephants, which is targeting the inner bark of these trees, which is the area which is responsible for transporting the nutrients. Now in the last few days, it seems that they've all moved out of the area again, and hopefully they will be back soon with us. So just a few interesting things there. In some areas in southern Africa, elephants have been recorded to eat up to 157 different plant species. So as an elephant, you can't really be picky about what you eat. You have to utilize roots, you have to utilize shoots, flowers, seeds, and virtually almost every other part of a plant. What I also find amazing is that no herbivore can actually digest any form of plant material. It's actually the association with the bacteria that lives inside their stomach that enables them to convert this into a usable energy form. And meanwhile, we're going to hand you back to Tristan as he's got some lion, and let's go and see what he's up to.
We're still with our lions, and I'm enjoying them. They're making me laugh so much. They literally cannot fit another mouthful in, but they're so kind of desperate to compete with one another that they're falling asleep on their little patch of carcass, and are in a point of sheer uncomfort from the amount that they've put down. The noise is amazing. I love lions on a kill when they make these noises. Big kills like this, you don't hear it as much, but when they first start feeding and it's a smaller kill, and that sound is just ridiculous. When they start fighting over the kill, it can become quite something to listen to and to witness. So it's worth spending a bit of time. Like I said, we won't be able to spend all afternoon here, but we'll try and give it a good go. We'll try and spend at least a decent portion of our time this afternoon with them so that you guys get your termite fix. Because I suspect that they'll be here still tomorrow morning, and then from here they'll probably go to Torture Dam and spend a day there. So it'll be a couple of days until they're back on Djuma properly. So yeah, I think more than likely though, Wendy, which is the car Lauren drives, will fare a lot better with where we are now than what Rusty will. So I'm sure she'll be able to move around a bit more than I can. The sound is incredible. Lawrence, very short work of this buffalo. It certainly didn't take them long at all to finish this off. But you can imagine theoretically there should be 11 without Darkmane. And Darkmane surely has missed out this time. But if there is 11 of them, 11 lions of this size, they need a big amount of food. So if they killed this, let's say 11, 12 o'clock last night, they have been feeding then for a long time. It's almost 16 hours of constant feeding and pooing and feeding and pooing and feeding, and they literally are breaking it down as quick as possible. Now with buffalo, when we talk about weights of buffalo and we say that a buffalo will reach 700 kilograms, you must remember that a large portion of that is not actually meat. Now, a lot of that is bone, so you're going to get quite a heavy, quite a large amount of weight that's going to come from bone and skull and horn and hoof that they won't be able to eat. And then there's also the stomach content that's going to contribute to that weight too. So from a meat perspective, depending on the condition of the animal, you're probably sometimes only looking at about 400 kilograms or 800 pounds of meat, and you divide that between 11 of them. It's a lot, but it's not exorbitant amounts, especially because they're all big. None of these animals are small. There's no little cubs in here or anything like that, and that's why they can devour a buffalo pretty quickly. It's amazing because the other day the Djuma Pride, they killed a buffalo on Cheetah Plains, and the lions finished that within a single night, which is crazy. All right, so we're going to carry on here. We'll try and see if we can kind of stay in for a little bit longer. In the meantime, though, let's send you off to another beautiful part of South Africa.
Welcome back once more. So we've left that waterhole where we were and decided to go even further east. And some nice few clearings here that we do have, that might attract some other plains animals. And also some few weeks back, actually a week ago, there were reports of wild dogs in this area. And I mean, it's always nice to just come past these areas, have a proper look. You know, who knows, maybe we might be lucky to get some tracks and then start to follow up on them. So it's just worth to drive past. And maybe from these areas, I don't know, depending on what we see and what we don't see, maybe we might head back central and yeah, maybe look for some leopards in that area. But in the meantime, while we're heading into these open clearings, I'm going to send you over to our other location.
Thanks, Trico, and good luck with your leopard search. We have found a male lion, but he is quite difficult to see at the moment. So he's hidden quite deeply in a tamboti thicket at the moment. And you can just get, well, Johan's going to just give you a little bit of a habitat shot here. You can see how he's really hidden himself well. And it's not actually uncommon to see animals like lions do that. These lions were on a kill earlier, and I think he's brought the carcass somewhere. I think it'll be quite close to him. So when I was here this morning, the rest of the pride were all feeding on the carcass, and we didn't even know he was here. And all of a sudden, the females just seemed to scatter. And he picked it up and brought it deeper into a thicket. And he has moved a little bit since then. You can see him moving a little bit, but at the moment he's very well hidden. He's out of the wind as well, which will definitely benefit him a little bit. When we arrived, it was actually a little bit nerve-wracking. We obviously couldn't see him. It's quite difficult to spot him in there, so we got very close. I wouldn't say we nearly ran over him. We were probably about 4 or 5 meters away, and then all of a sudden I just looked into my left, and then there he was staring at us. So I got quite a fright. I'm just trying to figure out what he's up to at the moment, but it seems like he's just checking us out. Yes, it does depend on what area they live in. So not necessarily because of how it suits their habitat, or maybe it is because of genetics, but in different areas lions have obviously evolved slightly differently. And I know that in the Kalahari, for example, the male lions, they are known to have very dark black manes, which is actually where this male lion's heritage comes from. So if we were to have a better look at him, you'll see that the base of his mane is very dark. I know at the moment we can't see that. I'm wondering where the rest of the pride have gone. With lions, it isn't out of the ordinary for the females to spend a lot of time on their own. The males aren't always with their pride, and it's possible for males to have more than one pride. So I mentioned how they were all together this morning, but what could have happened is the females might be off on their own now. They might have moved away to try, and they're probably not very happy that he stole the carcass that they had caught last night. So it's possible that they'd moved off on their own. But at the same time, I do have a feeling they're still around here. But we're in quite a thick area, so it is difficult to find them. I'm just very happy we've got him. to show you all. And like I was saying, he's not always with them. Things that he would be doing in between, he would go, this particular male is dominant over 2 prides, so each pride has its own territory, and he'll have a bigger territory which will encompass both of those prides and their territories. And what he could do next, after having spent a couple of days with these lions, he might go all the way to the other side of his territory and go check on the other females and the other pride. So what we're going to do now, I think we'll sit with him for a bit longer, see what he does. We also might try and see if we can get a better view of him, but I don't know if we'll be able to, but we'll try. Anyway, we'll send you off to another location, and I'm sure we'll catch up with you all a little bit later.
We're sitting here on an open area that we don't get to come to too often. This is called Makulu Open on Simbambili, and I've had a lot of fantastic sightings here. Really excellent. It's just beautiful. Now the wind has picked up, and Avi and I are a little bit worried about what temperature is going to reach in an hour's or 2 time. It's cold. But we just thought we would give you some beautiful views, because it really is quite spectacular on the sort of western side of the Sabi Sands. Just take a moment or 2 to appreciate it. Isn't it beautiful? It's getting very windy though. I think we're going to sit here a little bit longer, and I'm going to start wrapping up.
Coming on up at iPod, live.
Good afternoon and welcome back onto Bushwalk. We were talking a little bit earlier about elephants and on different plants that they feed. And one of the trees that we were mentioning was a marula tree, who's one of the trees where they favor the fruits. It's not only elephants that favor the fruits of the marula, but also humans. And there's a number of practical uses and applications which you can use the fruit for. Firstly, it's incredibly high in vitamin C, so in times like now, to keep your immune system healthy, vitamin C can be a very important source. The fruit can be a very important source when it is available. We also find that you can produce a jam of it, and that jam is actually quite nice, and it goes down very well with soft white cheeses, cold meats, and some French breads. Oh yes, and a bottle of wine. And one of my other favorite uses for it is actually the production of beer. So quite often in the rural areas, we'll see that people will collect these fruits, place them into buckets, they'll mix it with yeast and a number of other ingredients, and eventually ferment this into quite a potent beer. I actually like the taste of it, but I'm actually very cautious about how much I will drink of it. Firstly, it does give you quite a knock in terms of a headache, and secondly, it's not always too kind on your stomach if you're not used to it. The other tree that we also also mentioned which the elephants were targeting recently is these beautiful knob fawns, which is in flower. And one of the things that I've noticed is that these knob fawns have already been flowering since the beginning of June. I think since the first week of June that I actually saw them flowering on Pridelands. And in the last 2 months, I've actually been to a number of different game reserves, right through from the Timbavati, Vasilati and Karongwe, and nowhere else have I seen any of them flowering at the moment. So I'm quite intrigued about why they are flowering already. So one of the things that we do see quite often with elephant is that they target the root system in the winter months of this tree, and as soon as that the tree starts pushing up nutrients and minerals to the flowers to produce flowers, they will go for the inner bark, and then later throughout the season when there's leaves, they will also go for the leaves. It interestingly produces a flower before it actually produces a leaf, unlike many other tree species which will work the other way around. So these flowers are often seen that we will notice that giraffe will eat them. So there's a belief that giraffes are responsible for pollinating them, which is actually incorrect, as that they actually more often predate in the flower and have very little add in actually pollinating it. But we do see a number of butterflies as well as other insects which do pollinate them. Let's go and see what Tristan is up to, and we're going to continue our walk and see what we can find.
Sorry about that, everyone. I don't quite know what happened to Tristan. But we're just admiring Simbambili open area. It's really quite something. It's huge. Way bigger than quarantine. And it's normally filled with animals. We've got in here and there's a tractor here. So I think, unfortunately, the tractor has possibly caused all the animals to just move off a little bit. But it's still nice to show you this area. This is one of the most fantastic open areas we're able to traverse. We get good signal here still. And we've had some really fantastic sightings here with Tswalu, Kara, Inzutini, Kukumuri back in the day. Tingana, I've had Tingana here. We saw Mulwati here the other day. It was brief, naturally, but he was here. Our Larma is just an open area. That's what it is. It's cleared. Just like quarantine. Cleared it long ago. Most properties have an open area. We have quarantine. Chitwa has Chitwa open. Simbambili has Makulu open where we are right now. Bufusuk actually has a few because it's so large, but it's been cleared long ago. And it just is an open area. And they maintain it. There's obviously tractors here. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing, but they're doing something. And they will maintain the area and keep the area. Just like Rexon's really busy right now working on all the marula trees on Djuma. He's wrapping wire around them all, just to protect them from the elephants. Not every single one. They're being quite selective. But although we love having our elephants around, we obviously can't have every single marula destroyed. That would not be viable. So they're just wrapping wire around some of the marulas in order to deter the elephants, and it appears to work. They can't really get a grip on the bark with all that sort of mesh in the way. They're not able to grip the bark and pull the bark and get to what they want. And what they want is not the outer bark that we can see. That's dead. They don't want that. That's not delicious or yummy or nutritious. They want the yummy cambium layer on the inside, which is a live tissue. It contains lots of sort of moisture and nutrients. Okay, we're going to make a plan and decide what we're going to do from here. And we're going to send you guys back over to another beautiful location.
Welcome back to Phinda, everyone, and have managed to reposition our vehicle, but as you can see, he's laying down. You can see he's got a very full belly. I mentioned earlier how he did have a carcass with them. Well, the females had a carcass, and he very unpolitely took it away from them. And he looks very content in this thicket here. Do you just excuse me for a moment? There's another vehicle arriving to the sighting. I'm just going to have to help them get in here. Kim, he's further to the southeast where he was this morning. Can even see a little bit of his mane that's underneath, in between his legs and on his elbow. You see how he's just got up there? So as lions get older, and this male, I think he's in the region of about seven years old now, so what lions do is they grow and grow until they get to about his age now, and he's in prime condition. He's in the prime of his life. He won't get any bigger than this. And over time, they start to gather more scratches and scars. I'm sure you saw earlier, well, I suppose you probably didn't, because he was very, very well hidden when you were with us last. So older lions will usually have more scratches and scars on their face. West, that's an interesting question. I think it could survive quite a long time, but that depends on the lions around it. So I think a lioness and a pride could survive quite well if it were deaf. Very, very interesting question. I think it would probably struggle to hunt on its own if it had to, which does sometimes happen with lionesses. Lionesses often have to, if they are pregnant and they're having cubs, what they'll do is they'll move off on their own and try and have their cubs away from the rest of the pride. And throughout that period, which can be 4 to 5 months, the whole thing, because they usually, I suppose, a little bit less, 2 to 3 months. But over that period, it's likely that they'll have to hunt on their own without the safety of, or the help of, the rest of the pride. Sorry, he is just lifting his head up while the other vehicle comes and joins us. Excuse me. You can see some of those scars now on his face. Not too many for him, though. Of course, Phinda is a fenced-in reserve, so lions don't have to deal with so many territorial invasions from other males, which in an open system like the Kruger National Park, every pride of lion has, of course, young males that are born, and when they get to about 2 years old, their father will then kick them out of his territory, and those lions will then have to go find a territory of their own. So they could go to the neighboring territory where it's likely and already where there's an existing dominant male, and that dominant male will then push them further off into another territory where another male will push them off. So eventually, when those young lions get older and older, they're quite far away from their original territory and the original family, and eventually they'll be old enough to try and establish their own territory and kick off some existing males. Never, he's not hiding from other males at the moment, so he's a male that's, I mentioned how he's in the prime of his life. He's already overthrown an existing male that used to be dominant in the territory that he holds now. And if any other males arrive, he'll definitely try and defend his territory. So he's not hiding now. I think he's definitely hiding from the wind. It's quite a windy afternoon here. He did have a brother who was killed actually a few months ago. So there's another coalition of males up in the north of Phinda. And these two actually try to go and what seems to me like take over a little bit of their territory. And I think his brother got caught on his own against the other two males. And he was unfortunately killed. But for now, he's doing okay. He's very far away from that territory now. I think he knows better than to bite off a little bit more than he can chew. Such magnificent animals to see though. Males can sometimes be on their own for very, very long periods of time. And they're not really given enough credit for all the work that they do. It is true that females do most of the hunting in a lion pride. And for that reason, male lions are often thought to be, or said to be lazy. Because, like I was telling you earlier, he just arrived and took the kill from the females. Well, we didn't even see the kill, but it just happens so often that we presume the females did it. But what I'm trying to say is that the males do a lot of work. They try and protect the pride from rival males who would then kill all the cubs in the pride if they were to do that. So that's what he's trying to do, just keep all the members safe. So maybe he does deserve a free meal every now and again. So we'll see what he does. We may keep on moving and go look for something else. But for now, we'll send you over to someone else.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Okay, my favorite part about WildEarth is the characters, and then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We get vials normally. We haven't actually got any vials right now. We do need to get them. I think sort of the pandemic restrictions has just made things a little bit challenging naturally across the world. But we're waiting on the vials and we just send them off to the contact person we have with Panthera. And it's just a little tube sealed, just like a tube you would get from the doctors really if you were going for giving a urine sample. Same thing. Label which leopard it is, where you found it, what date you found it, and of course you just have, if you're collecting more than one piece of scat, you have to be very careful you don't get them muddled up. So it's a tricky one when you're asking a large volume of people to collect scat must be accurate 100%. Otherwise it could give wrong results. And I think in the past, not intentionally of course, people were just saying, oh, you know, Tingana was here last week, so this scat must be his, and therefore it's his. But of course that's not accurate. You literally need to see the action in action. So we're going to sit here just a tad longer, wish us luck, and we are going to send you guys over to Tristan.
Welcome back, everybody. So as you can see on your screens, we've just found these crested francolin. And you can see how it's walking, it's almost hopping around. So it's actually moving on its one leg. Which actually makes me wonder what could have happened to that other leg there. So it could be potentially maybe, broke it while, trying to land. Or maybe something tried to catch it and then managed to injure that leg. Yeah, that doesn't look so comfortable. And you can hear as it moves, it's calling around. With that type of sound, it sounds like a contact call. That is quite sad. But, it is the way of the bush, right? Some things have to, feed. If maybe it was something that maybe tried to catch it and missed. But it could have been, as I said, could have just crashed, landed. Yeah, it's just disappeared through the grasses there. All right. But also, even though it's hopping around, you can see it, like it's still moving around, busy feeding. And I think it did manage to find the other members. I believe one viewer is asking, can this bird fly? Yes, it can. Even though it's hopping on one leg, it can fly. It might not fly for like maybe longer distance, but yeah, it can fly. But also it looks like it has found some of the other sort of members that it was trying to call. And being together like this in these little groups, it's, it's better and it's much safer. Because once they see something of a danger around, a snake or a leopard that we're looking for, they can be able to warn each other and then fly off. You almost can't see them in that bushes there. Like, look how gray it is in there. And also the colors of those birds actually makes them camouflage very, very well. But you can see a bit of movement there. There it is coming out in the open and back into some bushes there. Or back into some thick grass. Also now the sun is about to get down soon. So these birds will be moving around, looking for some insects. And then as soon as the sun goes down, they'll go and roost for the night. All right, I think we're going to continue down to look for a leopard and leave these birds be. But while we do that, I'm going to send you over to Tristan, who is still with his lions.
While Trico looks for his leopard, we've been sitting with our lines. Unfortunately, we can't move. We've got a lioness literally lying underneath one of our tires. So until such time as she decides it's okay to go away, we're stuck for now. She's decided that's where she wants to rest, so we're just enjoying the pride as it is. It's making life a little tricky though, because from a signal point of view, we're getting, I think it's with this wind, we're getting a lot of bouncing of the signal, and so that's, listen to them. They're starting to grumble at each other a little bit. I think, as the meat gets less and less and less, so we're starting to hear more and more and more grumbles taking place, and it's particularly the silver-eyed female, and that contrast of kind of her very silver eye against that red rib cage is quite something. Actually, it's like the death of the buffalo and its raw redness, and then this death of this eye as well. It's quite an interesting sort of scenario. They're starting to get grumpy with each other. A lot more of them have come in. The more they've been fighting over the kill, the more they've been starting to come in, each one. And the boys are looking absolutely massive with their full stomachs. So far I've seen just 3 boys. I haven't seen any others. So I don't see the 4th one that's still here. It just seems like the 3 boys that is normally with them. So Wesley, they're going to eat throughout the night. There's not going to be much sleeping. They'll just keep feeding until such time as it's done. And then tomorrow is going to be the big rest day. They'll find somewhere, preferably a waterhole. I'm pretty sure they'll head towards Torture Dam. And then drink at Torture Dam and then lie up on those rocks there probably and just sleep most of the day away tomorrow. Unless, of course, more buffalo come round and then Wild's game on once more. Just glad that I haven't had to deal with any more passing of wind. It's been a lot more pleasant. There was one that did it again after we complained about the fowl droppings, and it just about gagged both of us. Poor BK and I were scrambling to find something to cover our noses. Amazing though, they've just been peeing where they've been eating. They've been just doing all the manky lion things this afternoon. But just look at the size of some of them. Look at this male now with his leg. It's going to come around the back of the carcass. Silly boy. I love those low grumbles at a carcass like this. And that light is also very pretty now. It's getting that beautiful late afternoon golden kind of light that's starting to come through now. Alright, well, there's other cars that are going to try and come in, and this lioness seems like she's about to move off. So we'll probably leave now and let others come in and enjoy. Hopefully you guys enjoyed seeing a bit of the telemates on their buffalo as well.
Good Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. At the moment we are staring at a mistletoe plant which is up in one of the knob fawns. So quite often when we do find mistletoes, they associate with a group of plants which was previously known as acacias and has now been divided into two groups, namely the Senegalias as well as the Chelias. So what we also quite often find with these little flowers that they produce is that they're incredibly rich in nectar. And what they often see is that the number of sunbirds will come and visit these. And they flower mostly now in the winter months, and this ties the little sunbirds over when there's not a lot of other nectar-rich plants. And they're also responsible for pollinating it. Once a flower has been pollinated, it will eventually develop into a fruit. And those fruits are quite often targeted by two groups of birds, which is known as tinkerbirds as well as barbets. So tinkerbirds is actually the diminutive form of a barbet. Two species which also often make holes in the side of these knob fawns, and they'll then produce their nests inside those. But to come back onto that, they will often feed on the fruits. The fruits is quite sticky, and as they fly off, they can't get rid of a seed. And then they have to go and wipe the seed off onto the next branch. And so they become responsible for the distribution of these little fruits. Once the fruit is and the seed has been left on a branch, we'll actually find that it will put in little suckers into the side of a root, which will then extract nutrients and minerals from out the inner bark of that plant species, as it is a semi-parasitic plant. One of the other things that I find particularly interesting is that one of the uses for this plant, a use that has often been told to me by a number of different trackers that I've used to work with over the years, is that you can actually use it for catching birds. So they'll take a stem of it, chew it, and that sticky paste that has been produced will then be rubbed onto the side of a branch. The next thing that they do is they tie a grasshopper close by to that sticky paste, and when the birds are attracted to the grasshopper, they do get stuck onto that sticky paste, and then is it not possible for them to actually get off it, and that's how birds used to be traditionally collected.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold off speaking.
We are still just looking at a pile of sticks, I'm afraid. We don't have anything just yet. Not really much to show you. Just a lot of sticks. James Henry would be in his element. James loved a good stick segment, so he did. But we're trying to listen, we're trying to sort of pay attention to what's going on and really hear or see if there's any activity inside. And naturally, it's really windy, so we keep seeing the vegetation move, and then it's just the wind. They could be sleeping, they could also not be here. So we just need to sit tight for a little bit longer. Jerome, it definitely is a great choice to stash your cubs. An unexpected one. When I first saw it the other day, I couldn't believe it. It really wasn't what I had in mind. And it's not for a leopard. Tiani obviously just thought, this is a good place. I'm going to use this. It's a very difficult place to pick out the small little things. I can imagine if you're a terrestrial sort of predator, it would also be very difficult to walk across. It's really not that accessible. The cubs and Tiani will know a way in, but it's a very good insight, Jerome. It's obviously next to the fence line, which is not entirely ideal, but It's a perfect den site. The more hidden, the more difficult it is to access, the better the den site. You're not supposed to be able to access den sites with these. It defeats the purpose of a den site, really. I think we'll just give it a little bit longer and then we will call it. But hopefully they do appear. We're going to sit tight. We're going to send you guys over to Trico, who's still searching for his leopards.
Welcome back. We are still searching for this leopard. We haven't found any tracks just as yet. And we're gonna head down to this drainage line, maybe drive a little bit of a drainage line, and then come out from the end of it and then head south and see if maybe we can spot any tracks along here. And this particular leopard we're looking for is actually a female leopard. We know she uses this whole area around here as her territory. And she has cubs, 2 cubs. They're about 3 months old, 3.5, almost 4 months. So they're still a little bit tiny and fluffy. It would be nice to see them again. I haven't seen them in the last week or so. And they're also with this leopard is quite tricky looking for her because, you know, she's constantly moving around. And the reason for that is because she has cubs and she has to hide them in different areas. Because if you would imagine if she hides them in one particular area and she doesn't move them around, I mean, you know, like they'll defecate there and urinate there, wherever they're going to be hidden. If she doesn't move them, it'll be quite dangerous because other predators might be able to smell them. I mean, things like hyenas, lions, even other leopards that are not the fathers, they will try to take them down. So this mother, she's quite smart, and also she's not a first-time mom. I think this is a second litter, and she's done really, really well so far to be able to raise them to be where they are. And I mean, as you can see, it's very nice and thick here. This will be perfect area for her to hide them in and around here. And also it depends, right? If she has made a kill somewhere, you know, she... sorry, I can't copy anything. Yeah, they're gonna cross anyway. I think let's go a little bit further forwards. But you can see there's a greater Kudu just crossed there. Let's try to move a little bit forwards and see if maybe we can have another look. Also, this bank is quite tall, so if they crossed up, it'll be difficult to see from here. Crossing there. There's actually one of the males who just crossed there. Look like a sub-barrel male. And as I said, they just crossed through there. And for them, this is an ideal sort of area to be at because it's nice and thick and they love this sort of habitats. Since they are browsers, they'll be feeding on trees majority of the time. But I've seen them sometimes feed on grass every now and then.
Hi, I'm Dee from the south coast of England. Today I was told I have won the most amazing prize to go to Marataba. Oh, I can't believe it. I became hooked on WildEarth last year when I was trying to escape COVID, and animals are my thing. I just love them and I love what WildEarth does. So that's why I wanted to become an explorer. Just so looking forward to going out to Marataba. Want to do a walking safari. Thank you so much, WildEarth.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Let's go into the top. Welcome back to Phinda, and we've managed to find a tiny little kingfisher. This is called a malachite kingfisher, and I actually think it's called a malachite kingfisher probably because of the color of its crest. You see that beautiful turquoisey blue that's on top of its head. Also noticed two prominent white spots, one below its bill and the other one towards the back of the neck, and a beautiful rusty red color and like a purpley blue on the wings on the back. And it's just sitting above some very, very shallow muddy water. This is on the edge of the Mzinene River, which borders Phinda Private Game Reserve. Oh, seems like, oh, it's just flown away. Oh no. So what I was going to say, with that shallow muddy water, it's likely that that kingfisher was actually looking for things. Yeah, there's a bulbul now, but it's likely that that kingfisher was looking for things like little frogs or perhaps any fish that had been caught in those ponds that by the retreating water. So the river is getting a little bit lower and lower now in the dry season. But at the moment that's probably the most common bird in the whole of southern Africa. And I'm not sure it is as beautiful as a malachite kingfisher, but I suppose it depends on how you look at it. This bulbul won't be fishing, but I have actually seen them before. They seem to enjoy water bathing and cleaning themselves. Not the best time. Oh, here comes another one. See, that one was cleaning its bill, the one that just arrived. Didn't ever think I'd be doing a WildEarth segment on a couple of dark-capped bulbuls. But here I am. It's not so bad. Like those Impala earlier, also puffing up their feathers to help insulate them. And I was mentioning earlier how I often see them around water, and I said it's not the best time to be doing it. So seeing their plumage now all puffed up, likely that they'll go and jump in the water to try and clean themselves. Jenny, you're right. There's a beautiful yellow, and I was saying how common it is and how often we see it. So probably very, very overlooked in terms of the prettier parts, or the prettier aspects of a dark-capped bulbul. See that one again? Oh, that looks like it might be sidling up to that other one for a little bit of a cuddle, which is very, very cool. Look how they're sitting facing opposite directions. So I really, really want to see if this one will push up against it again to try and stay warm. These birds are known to roost together and to sit tight together to stay warm. They aren't participating now. Oh, there we go. It seems like he got a little bit closer. Lerato, these birds are probably about 15 centimeters. They aren't a very big bird. I'll get my book out quickly and it'll tell me exactly. If you want to have a look at me, I'll show you. Okay, never mind. But my guess is about 15 centimeters or so, maybe even somewhere around there. Oh, it says in the book 20 centimeters. So I suppose with all their long tail feathers, the total length will be about 20 centimeters. It is not a very big bird. Out can just give you a little bit of an idea. That other bubble did actually go down to the water. That's where it had gone to. I saw it fly up into the top right of that same tree that they were both sitting in. And off they go. You can see beautiful fever trees. We're looking through a little window in Tambwetis. We saw a purple-crested Turako hopping around in the one fever tree earlier. It did fly off across the river, though. Let's just sit for a while and take in the beautiful scenery. Ian asked if these dark-capped bulbuls pair for life. They are usually in pairs, but I don't think they necessarily pair for life. So from our own little spot near the river, Jan and I are now going to keep going, and we'll send you over to JP, who's also near a watering hole.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. We're again at Leopard Dam and we went to go and look at what we can go and find at the moment. We've just found a brown-hooded kingfisher, which is one of my favorite kingfisher species. So this morning we were discussing kingfishers and how kingfishers differ in their behavior. There was also a guest question from Leopard Lover asking about kookaburras, if they are kingfishers and if it's true that they're the largest kingfisher species in the world. The answer on that is 100% correct. And we also find that kookaburras are dryland kingfishers, just like that the brown-hooded kingfisher is. One of the other things that we did mention is that South Africa is also home to one of the largest water-based kingfishers, and that is known as a giant kingfisher, which is a bird that's indigenous to Africa. I love both of these. So just to come back to that little brown-hooded kingfisher, we can see him right over there, and right in front of him there's one of those little Egyptian geese, chicks, that's also just swimming past him. But to come back to the kingfisher, we often see that these brown-hooded kingfishers, although they're considered as dryland kingfishers, sit close by to water. And there's a few things that they do. They often plunge bathe into water to clean themselves, but they also will pick off insects off the surface of the water while they are busy feeding. I'm just going to have a look again if we can see if we can follow those Egyptian geese chicks. Earlier this morning we managed to find 3 of them, just almost to the left there, to the right of the kingfisher, in line with the adult. It seems that the young ones like to swim off and then go and hide underneath the vegetation when there's any form of threat that comes close by. And the parents is also very quick to alert them of any potential dangers. Good afternoon and welcome to the show, Graham. With regards to your question, can they swim? They cannot swim. However, they can dive into the water and then take off very quickly in the case of pied kingfisher, which will hover above the water surface and then catch fish, sometimes just below the water surface and then fly off. But very seldom that they actually get submerged in the water itself. There's one of the bird species that I do know that I quite often find throughout Southern Africa, at least once a year, and that's known as an osprey, which migrates between South Africa and the northern latitudes. And they tend to actually dive straight into the water, fully submerged, and then fly off with a fish once they've caught it. To come back to the Egyptian geese, we just noticed this morning that there's 3 of these little geese that are swimming around and walking around on the water's edge. And it seems that the adults have bred very recently. And in the last month that I've been here to the dam, I often used to notice that the one is always on its own. And we tend to find that the females tend to spend most of the time actually incubating those eggs. And it generally takes approximately 28 days from the eggs is laid, or the last egg is laid, until the egg chicks will then hatch. It's also interesting what she'll normally do is she'll start calling to the chicks and they'll start following her straight towards water. Sometimes these nests is also placed above the ground, sometimes up to 3 meters high on cliff faces or on trees, where they often use this nests of birds such as hammerkop, which they will nest on top of. And then these little chicks will simply jump down, float onto the ground, and the female will then lead them away from there. There's one of the chicks again, just behind the adult. And our brown-winged kingfisher is still also perched up on the branch quite close by. Well, we're going to spend a little bit more time over here, watch what the ducks and geese are up to, as well as the other birds. Let's go and see what the others are up to.
So we are still looking for this particular female leopard, and we've drive along the riverbed and drove through a drainage line there. Still no signs. There's a water hole, a little water hole just here that we're gonna go have a look in around there and see if maybe we find any signs. I mean, other animals or birds as well. This is an area where maybe we might find those animals in around the water hole, even though we're looking for this leopard. So let's see, we're about a few seconds away. Just in between these trees that you can see, the green trees here. We're almost here. Looks like we had some elephants as well visiting earlier on. You can see a few branches dropped on the road. Here's the waterhole. Let's see if there's anything interesting here.
No luck at the den, I'm afraid. But we have come across these guys. In the smallest of all termite mounds. It's amazing what mounds they actually sort of select. Although mounds are a little bit like an iceberg. You only really see a third of it. They're very intricate and deep inside. We can't even imagine really what it looks like inside. But still, it's amazing when you look at the smallest of mounds and all the dwarf mongoose that just keep popping out one by one. And it's cold. It's really cold this afternoon. So I wonder if these guys are going to go down a little bit earlier. It's far warmer down there where you're all huddled together than it is on top of the mound, being exposed to that cold. Ooh. Well, actually, they can survive in an active termite mound. In winter, the nest, which is where the termites will be very sort of deep right now. Very, very deep. The termites will not come to the surface in winter when it's this cold. They don't disappear, they don't all die off, but they go very deep into the ground, which normally will have about a constant temperature. The deeper you go, it actually gets warmer at some point. So they can be used in what would be termed an active termite mound, with all the termites sort of much deeper underground. In summer, not so much. In summer, they probably will just be using an inactive one, or if the mound is huge, they can just be using a small part of it, another section of it, on one of these big mounds. We had a lovely sighting at Philemon's Dip Den 3, and the hyenas were there, and the Djuma clan was there, the cubs were running about, and the alates, the reproductive termites, were also streaming out of the hole. So they were both using the mound, but that is quite a big mound, much bigger than this one here. This is more like a little hump, a mini speed bump. I'm not sure what my plan is. All the videos are down here. I'm now back on Djuma, and I'm not sure where I'm gonna go. We might just sit by a dam and see what happens. They're quite the groomers. Can you imagine, though, being small? All the parasite load and all the ants that will crawl all over you. They do spend a long time grooming. Ooh. Aren't they so sweet? I love just watching them. Always so busy doing something. We're going to keep bumbling around Djuma now and see what else we can find.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. As one of the industry's best and Fagasa Indoors training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river, it's being washed away unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful, look at that. One crossing, 2 to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Welcome back. And Johanna and I have just carried on along the beautiful Mzaneni River, and we found another spot. You can see a couple of Ngala there on the other side, and then there's just some very, very beautiful scenery with fever trees as well as the river in front. You can see some fever trees coming into your shot now. Very, very beautiful. Don't know if you can hear it, there's some hippos calling in the distance. There's also a Burchell's cuckoo. And these swallows flying around, there's some black sawwings. Samantha's right, this is a beautiful spot. And such an awesome option to be able to come and explore a reserve where there's so many different habitats and different places to go and see. And to drive through an area like this and be able to look for animals in the Big Five, it really, really is a privilege. And I love showing it to everyone, so having a lovely afternoon driving through this area and this habitat. So from here, we're going to once again send you back to JP and his watering hole.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. I'm not going to speak very loud and I'm going to keep my voice down to a whisper as I don't want to disturb these kudu that came down to come and drink. At the moment there's 7 bulls that came down here and it's quite a privilege to see so many of them together. For the last few months, we've normally just saw them in small groups or in groups of their own. And one of the reasons is that we are in the peak of their rutting season, which normally starts around by late April, May, and continues right into July and into August sometimes. It's a time where they purely just focus on not staying into the bachelor herds that they are in now, but purely focusing on following females that might be in estrus. And quite often over the years, I've seen that this time over here, that they can quite blindly walk into trouble, as quite often we found that lionesses was ambushing a large number of these males, but we're just following the female groups. There's a few things that I find really fascinating about them. Firstly is that they are the second largest antelope species in South Africa in terms of weight, and they can get up to some 316 kilograms. The second thing that I find incredibly fascinating about them is their jumping abilities, and that they can jump from a standing still position over 3 meters in height. I also find it quite fascinating that they're the antelope species with the longest horns of any other antelopes, and their horns can reach over 1.8 meters in length, as one of the recent records indicated. Let's just sit and watch them and see what they get up to. When it comes to kudu, we find that they actually don't have territories, so they don't defend areas against other males. However, when it comes to the rutting season, they will start pulling rank on one another, with the largest and most dominant individuals being the ones that will mate with the females. And through the last 21 years of guiding, a number of times I've actually found kudu bulls which got stuck to one another, as the horns will get stuck and they no longer can release from one another. They eventually either ended up breaking one another's necks or became so exhausted that they just physically died from starvation and the inability to move. I also find it pretty fascinating how they can so silently come into an opening and then just disappear as they came. Quite often people do refer to them as the ghost of a bush. And in some areas where they are disturbed or persecuted, they often will become night active, and we're never as fortunate to see them as what we do over here during the daytime.
When you're emptying to Tristan, who's also made his way to a watering hole.
We're going to stick around here for a little bit longer, but in the meanwhile, let's go and check what Tristan is up to.
Well, we're at the mansion of Marips, which is aka Chitwa Dam, and looking around for him, and there's no sign of him as yet. No one's seen him this afternoon, but we have hippos, and it's just a good place to sit and wait. He pops out of nowhere at times, and we know it's that time of the day where the guinea fowls start to come towards Chitwa Dam, and that means Marips should be following closely behind to come and cause much panic and chaos and havoc, as he has done for the last 4 nights here. So we'll just sit patiently and wait for him and see if he does do it again. Nice to see the little mom and baby hippo. I saw them the other day, and they're just kind of hanging around in this general vicinity, taking it very, very easy. This little section where they're at the moment is super shallow. Where she's kind of hanging out is she's actually probably sitting there. It looks a lot deeper in this section than it actually is. I find that it kind of closes in quite a bit, and where she's lying is the sort of edge of the sandbank, and then it drops off quite quickly from there. It's quite an interesting sort of shape, Chitwa Dam, and where its deepest points are pretty kind of weird. It's two kind of deep points, but the deepest of the whole dam is actually in the sort of narrowest part in front of the camp. That's where the deepest section is, and it actually gets quite shallow coming back up to where we are now. Even though this is the widest part and where the dam wall is, it's actually not as deep as it is kind of towards the middle there. That area tends to be a lot deeper. Gladys, she does have gorgeous pink ears. They are catching the light quite nicely at the moment, so it's accentuating her pink-eared look. All of them, actually. All of our hippos are looking pretty dapper in the golden afternoon light. It's the right time of day to view hippos. One always hopes when you kind of come to a water hole, it's at this time that they'll start to wake up and start to yawn and just generally be quite active. But it's also because the light is so beautiful on them at this time of the day. I see there's a few people that are starting to come into this area now for the I don't know what we should call it. We can't call it happy hour. I suppose we could call it happy hour. It's the Mariep's hour, where he comes out and entertains everybody before it gets dark. I'm sure he's around here somewhere. I don't think he's gone far, unless Tandi's found him and taking him back to some sort of a kill. There's a fish eagle coming in. I wonder where it's going to land. So Louise, not really. Baby hippos aren't as dangerous as one would think. The problem with baby hippos... Yes, good afternoon to you too. Baby hippos are generally attached to mother, and that's where the danger element comes in. But the baby hippo itself is not going to really go after you too much. It's not going to try and kind of attack you. But if it feels threatened, it's going to complain and run towards mom, and then mom's going to go, oh, wait, you are near my little one, and I don't accept you being near my little one, and therefore I shall squash you and chomp you in half. So it's not so much the baby, it's what looks after the baby that one needs to be careful of. Actually wanted to get binos out. I see the guinea fowl are starting to come to the edge of the dam on the far, far, far side. So when I see them, I like to look behind them, because sometimes you get those little beady eyes watching them from the distance in the form of that spotted cat. There's a few impalas around. Alright, so we've got all the recipes for Mariep's to make an appearance. So we'll just sit and be patient and enjoy our afternoon at Chitwa Dam, see what we can find here. In the meantime, though, let's send you across to JP.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. We're at Leopard Dam at the moment and enjoying that last little bit of sunlight. And we're going to provide you the opportunity just to enjoy the sun as it's setting. Our Kudus unfortunately have all started moving off, and we very soon are going to start to move back towards where we have to be, as we've got another little stint to walk back to our vehicle.
Welcome back, everybody. So we are in our easternmost boundary, heading in a westerly direction. As you can see, it's very grassy here. It'll actually be even tough to even spot any tracks around here. So I'm thinking the next thing to do, head down to the waterhole. There's a waterhole a little bit further down this road, maybe about another 5 minutes or so. But in the car, it's a little bit shaky. It's very rocky here. And yeah, we'll see if maybe in that waterhole we might be lucky. So in the section where we're coming from, we didn't manage to find any signs of that leopard that we're looking for. So we just decided, you know what, let's head more southeast and see what we can find here. Actually, one of my favorite areas to drive around because it's very open, especially in this section here. As soon as you come up the crest, right in front of us. Sounding very quiet, not even one bird call.
Well, as we said, surprise, surprise, who's emerged while we were sitting at Chitwa Dam, the one and only himself. It's that time of the day where it's time to entertain and to catch some guinea fowls. So he's already in his usual little termite mound that he likes to sit in. He's looking a lot colder than normal today, though. He's kind of got his little paws tucked in, so his little murder mittens are being kept warm under his chest there, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get fairly active soon. I don't think he'll be on his mound for too long, although it is cold and the wind is very, very chilly, and so that might kind of stop him. There's a scrub here behind us. He's going to go after it right now. Watch this. There's a little scrub here that has just run behind the car here. Just saw its ears coming past. Look at his face. Isn't that cute? Watch, he's going to go now. There we go. Here he comes. He's going to come straight behind you. Beaks will come this way. There it goes. There they go. All right, we'll try to turn around quickly because he's chasing them all over. Look, look, look. Silly boy. Look, he's coming here. Oh, he's such a clown, this cat. I love him there. He makes me laugh. And that's a welcome, basically. It's like him saying, oh, well, might as well get going now. I can see he's stopped there close to the road. It doesn't take long, does it, to go from sleepy to full-out entertainer in 2 seconds. He's an absolute hooligan, this cat. I thoroughly enjoy him, though. Alright, so he should be just here in front somewhere. I saw him standing, watching. Is he there? Is he coming back here? So he should come out in front of us. He might head back to his little mound. He likes his mound. It's a nice little place to watch everything from. Let's see. Seems like he's heading back that direction. But that's, I'm sure, not going to be the last thing that he chases. I'm pretty sure we're going to see him going after other things. Let's see what he gets up to. Or if he doesn't go to his mound, he's going to go to his dam wall. I mean, once they had started running, there was no chance he was going to catch up a cheetah, maybe, or dogs. Yes, with scrub hairs. This little leopard, I'm afraid not. He's not going to have the speed to keep up. He certainly gave it a gallant effort. He's going to be burning a lot of energy, though, if he's going to keep chasing things like that. But he makes me laugh, eh? Naughty little cat. It's going to go down to the dam wall. First we're going to go sniff all of the cars and make sure that we are investigating everything and anything we can, and then we'll move. Now, sorry Gwen, I don't know what's going on today. Your comms, which are normally very good here, are not good today, but so is our game drive radio comms. So what we'll do is we'll just... I have a system where I just clip it onto my hat and it actually works much, much better when that happens. Beaks, are you copying anything?
Yeah.
What is Gwen saying? Question saying? Okay. Gwen, BK can hear you, so if you want to send your question through, you're welcome to. Did you get that, Beaks? I didn't get it anyway. It doesn't matter. It was probably my fault too, to a degree, because I was... Actually, let's just stop there. I was in the haste of turning. I think I've turned my radio down a little bit, Gwen, so my apologies. It's probably my fault more than anything else. Like I say, so if you repeat the question, I'll probably be able to hear you now. There we go, Gwen. So it was my fault entirely. I do apologize, everybody. I turned my radio down inadvertently when turning the car. Bridget, you say this leopard never disappoints? No, he doesn't. He's an absolute treat. Like I say, it's so funny, because if you don't see him when you first get to the dam, just sit at the dam for long enough and he'll come out. This time of the day, he becomes this little hooligan and wants to try and chase everything and anything that moves. He likes where he is now, because there's a couple of game paths. So if you look kind of in front of where we are here, there's a little game path that goes. This little he likes to sort of sit in the section and wait for them to come this direction. Let's try to go forward a little bit. I'm sure he's in hunting mode now. So I'll try and get around these cars a little bit, and seems like he's spotted something. You see, Beaks, he's looks like he wants to chase something, so I don't want to move any further forward. Nope, tail's up, which means he's been spotted by whatever it was. Must be so used to him being around here now, high alert all the time. I mean, the resident guinea fowl population, I think, has been chased every day for the last 4 days. So maybe they've learned. Maybe it's not the best idea to take this route back home at night. Unfortunately, though, where he's heading now is straight towards Little Gari's boundary. It's not very far from Chitwa Dam, so I don't know how long we're going to be able to stay with him, but we'll try our very best. All right, onwards we go. Keep up with them for a little bit. In the meantime, let's send you across Rico Bumble.
Welcome back, everybody. And would you look at that? How amazing that is. The beautiful sun setting behind that knobthorn tree there. It's quite interesting how, all the time you'll have these different colors with the sunset. Sometimes you get them like with these bright red colors, sometimes with a bit of like pinkish. But with this particular one that we're looking at there, you can see it's all gold around there. But also realize it's a little bit hazy in that direction where the sun's setting in the west there. And actually not too dusty today or very windy this afternoon. Maybe that haze is what is giving these colors of this sunset. That is incredible, and actually one of my favorite times of the day is just sitting and watching the sun setting. And to me it's like I always say this all the time, like it's like therapy. But as we enjoy this sun, I'm going to send you over to Phinda.
From the therapy of a beautiful sunset to a beautiful moonrise as well. So it seems like it's very close to full moon tonight. I actually haven't checked, but I think having a look at that moon, you can all let me know what you think. It does seem like there's a little segment missing on the bottom left, and I think full moon will probably be tomorrow. Another way you can tell is at full moon, the sunset and the moon rises almost at exactly the same time. And I think this moon was up a little bit before the sun actually started to set. As you can see now, it's quite high up in the sky and the sun has basically just gone down. Wonderful scene with the almost full moon and a beautiful scotia tree or a weeping boer bean. I think what we'll do for now, let's just sit and listen and watch the beautiful bush all around me. Thanks for your comment, Megan. Yes, it is such a privilege to be able to just sit here and watch. You can also see a little bit of cloud there below the moon. So that looks like a cloud system building up over the Indian Ocean. Phinda's quite close to the sea, so I think that's probably around 30 kilometers away. So Megan was saying from one stunning view to another, and we are now going to send you over to yet another stunning view with Lauren.
We've just stopped by Twin Dams to admire the sunset. I've driven a lot today, a lot of driving. So I thought, why not just stop and just take a moment to admire the colors. It's still quite blue, but the sky changes color so quickly at night time. Full moon tomorrow. There's actually a beautiful beautiful view of the moon behind us. I think if I reposition, I can possibly get it. It's absolutely stunning. Yes, I think Davi can get it from here. We're starting to see the shadow, the belt of Venus, slowly, and there's the full moon. Almost full. I mean, it looks full to us. But it will be 100% full tomorrow. I'm going to just check my moon app. It is 99.7% full. I love this app. I was hoping for more of a lucky drive, but it definitely hasn't worked out that way. So sometimes you've just got to stop and appreciate all the other things around you, be it the sunset, be it the moon, be it the water bodies. I always like to think this hour is rush hour. If you live in the city, when everyone is rushing to get home. Work is finished. This crazy rush hour in terms of traffic, but also street traffic, pedestrian traffic, just crazy rush hour. I always like to think of that's what's happening here. The animals, just like on a coral reef as well as out here, the birds are getting a little bit frantic. They know they need to settle down for the night. Some animals are making their way back to mounds. Some animals, like dwarf mongoose, are just settling in any mound. The nocturnal animals are starting to stretch and yawn, open their wings, or wake up inside their burrows. It's busy, you can feel it. Everyone's getting ready for the change from daylight to darkness. And on a coral reef, it's exactly the same. You get diurnal fish and you get nocturnal fish. And there's this hubbub around sunset where all the diurnal fish are trying to hide in crevices and cracks and bubbles. And all the nocturnal fish are starting to wake up. It's exactly the same. I really do love this time of day.
Hello, my name is Marnie Kell from the Greater Toronto Area of Ontario, Canada. I am most excited to meet some of the guides that I feel I already know. And I'm going to very much enjoy riding along with them to see what they see most days while they're broadcasting these safaris to us. While also staying at the beautiful Simbambili Lodge. WildEarth has brought so much to my life, and I am thrilled and grateful to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and it could be you jetting off on an all-expenses-paid-for safari experience. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Right, well, as you can see, it's coming now up a bank. I don't know why he's so busy this afternoon. He is. In fact, I don't know why. He's always like this, isn't he? There we go.
Welcome back, everybody. So, right in front of us, we have a particular animal trotting away. And I haven't seen this particular animal on Ngala for quite a long time now. Look at that. If you look at the tip of the tail, we'll see that bright white color. There it is, looking at us. With a bit of brown underneath, and a bit of black and a white stripe on the side of the body. And that is a side striped gecko moving away. Let's try to see if maybe we can keep up with it. And so there is that time of the day where this particular animal will be moving around looking for food. It's like it's still there, just trotting away there. But all of a sudden it's just picked up pace. Let's see if maybe we can get it from here. Yeah, it just picked up pace. There it is, there behind those bushes. Even while it's still moving on the road or moving around in this section, it's potentially also looking for opportunities. As you can see, they just stopped and looked in the grass there. Maybe something caught his attention, maybe some birds. There's something that they will also catch and feed on. Sometimes they will catch some hares as well, like scrub hares. Try to see if maybe it will move. Looks like just hiding behind the bush there. We're gonna move a little bit more. Oh, there it is, coming back on the road. Yeah, I think let's move a little bit more forwards. I think it's already moving down the road. They also can scavenge around on any, leftovers they can find around. Asilanta, welcome. Glad that you can join us in this beautiful evening here on Ngala. Yeah, incredible, hey? This is actually my first time of seeing this particular animal as well in I don't know, maybe 7-8 months. So you don't normally see them. You normally see the other ones, the black-backed jackals. So it was quite nice to be able to see this animal. So now have a look again and see where this animal cut off. Alright, I think it just shot straight through the bushes here. And also because they're quite small, they can hide away nicely. But yeah, as we drive along down this road and see what else we can find, I'm going to send you over to Tristan.
Well, we're still with Marips, who's against his little wall, as he likes to do, and is trying to just hide away. There's some guinea fowl that have just started to come in now. I'm pretty sure they can see him, the way that they're chattering about. He's not exactly hidden at this stage. So whether or not he's going to chase them remains to be seen, but I'm hoping that he'll continue his love for his guinea fowl and his chasing of guinea fowl and entertain us a little bit. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to stay much longer. There's still quite a few vehicles that want to get into the sighting. It seems as though it's been a quiet afternoon in this eastern sector. So we're going to have to give guys a chance at some point. We've got a little bit of time though now, and then we'll probably after this segment have to probably head home. Well, not head home, but head off, should I say. He makes me laugh though. I don't know why he loves this little concrete section. Maybe it's because it's warmer on a cold day like today. Maybe that's something that he enjoys. I have no idea if that's the case, or look at him sneaking. He's so naughty. Into his little leopard crawl position. It's the face of naughtiness. Do you see how clever he is already? He knows that just getting himself in right next to that long grass means that he can camouflage a lot better. And then from there he can try and get closer towards them. Now, Harold, in what age are they fully mature? So they typically reach about fully mature between 5 and 7 years old as male leopards. That's kind of when their body gets to its kind of largest point, and they're deemed to be full grown. But yeah, they sexually mature and are capable of breeding already from like 2.5 in females, in some females, and then males typically are only breeding when they're about 3.5, 4 years old if they're lucky, but generally 5, 6 is the normal kind of age for a male to be breeding. Look at him, he wants to come this way. I'm hoping he's going to leopard crawl his way close towards us and we're going to be able to watch him doing it. He's watching this last guinea fowl. I'm pretty sure he's going to come flying out at them at some point. But he's so far from where they are now, there's no chance of him being able to get them. And it's so open between him and the guinea fowl that his likelihood of even closing this gap without being seen is near zero. You can see the guinea fowls just moving in front of us here, and how it's a road that's kind of between them, so tricky for them to be able to or tricky for him to be able to get too close to them without being seen. Let's see what he does though. He's waiting for them to come over, and then he's going to try. Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Maybe he's going to come running along and try to get to this little dam wall, and then come pouncing over the dam wall. Guinea fowl are just feeding at the moment, so they're not actually watching him. So I think he's waiting for them to come in. They're coming to drink, which is quite interesting. Surprised that they're drinking here. I would have expected them to go to something a little shallower, given the crocodiles that are here. But that's definitely what's happening, is they're coming in to drink now, and maybe that's what he's going to wait for, is once they're preoccupied with drinking, then he'll make his little run a little bit closer. Or he's just going to stand there and pose for us. I think you and many others are thoroughly enjoying Marips and his little wall of fame at the moment. He's thoroughly taking over this as his little domain. It used to be Hosanna's little wall. Hosanna used to love sitting here as well. And Tamba too, and even Tingana at one point. And funny enough, the Birmingham males often used to come and lie here on this dam wall. I see them here quite regularly. Majingalans too, actually, and the Mapochos. They all used to come and lie here. But he's fast kind of making it his own with the antics that he has. It's crazy just how kind of similar he is to what Hosanna was like as a youngster. Hosanna also had this exact same naughty streak where he would just chase and try and hunt everything that moved, and it stood him in good stead. Hosanna became quite a prolific hunter pretty early on in life. He was, when Karula disappeared and he was only sort of 13, 14 months old, he was already able to start hunting quite big things. He took to hunting a lot quicker than Shongile did, his sister. And I think you remember, within a month of her kind of disappearance, he had killed himself a fully grown female Impala. So he was pretty sharp early on. This kind of behavior of chasing things and running around like a hooligan is, while it looks ridiculous and looks silly, it's the most efficient way of learning in many respects. He's constantly honing his technique and his ability to actually get close to these birds, animals, whatever it may be, and kill them. And so, he's constantly honing his technique, and eventually, he'll get a sort of little recipe, and that recipe, while it won't work every single time, it will start to increase his success rate slowly but surely. And obviously, as he gets bigger and stronger, that's going to allow him to then start to tackle larger creatures, so things like warthog, things like impalas. As a male leopard, those will be part and parcel, and even things like kudu. So he's going to figure all of that out, and like I say, as he gets bigger and stronger, so that's going to allow for that process to happen. Apparently, one of the guys that I saw now was telling me this morning he chased a warthog and missed it by like inches. So his ability to hunt is starting to get better and better, and his execution will then start to fall into place. And once those come together, then we're going to find he'll be just fine. I actually think now, even if Thandi left him now, I think he'd survive. I don't think he'd have to worry too much. He's so busy about trying to find food that he'd be able to keep himself sustained with small meals like guinea fowl and monitor lizards and the likes, and then you'd eventually get it right with the rest. Hunger will drive him to keep trying, and eventually he'll find a cat or an impala or something that will make a mistake, and he'll be able to capitalize on it. Whether he's able to hoist it is a different story. Obviously, at his size now, hoisting big impalas would be quite tricky, but he certainly would be able to kill and overpower something like an impala. So you'll see that there's going to be a spotlight that's, because of the guests that are in the sighting, for us it's getting quite dark And obviously we have the infrared, but they don't, and so it's just to try and help him to be able to see. It's almost like he's looking at his own shadow on the wall, which wouldn't surprise me at all. Makes me laugh. I don't know why he hasn't moved now. The guinea fowl have gone quite a long way. I'm not sure if it may be just too open and he realizes that he's just going to create a big commotion by getting close to them. I don't know if that's the case or if it's just that he's just generally kind of weighing up his options and as such a little bit confused by what he needs to do and what he's going to do. I see some of the guinea fowl still drinking here. I wonder if once they start to move on, he'll start to kind of come towards them. Alright, these guinea fowl are sort of slowly meandering along the edge of the water. We're going to just see what he gets up to. We'll stay with him and maybe he'll come following along. So we're just seeing what we're doing, just letting the cars all position themselves nicely. He's tucked himself back in again. Right, so that's not gone according to plan at all. There's a vehicle that's just kind of parked directly between us and him for some odd reason, and I have no idea why. Right, we'll just let the vehicles sort themselves out. So while we do that, then you guys can just watch the guinea fowl and we'll let you listen to the sounds of Tswalu Dam. BK, you see this little 3-banded plover here? Right here next to the car. Cute man. Nice and peaceful at Tswalu Dam this evening. Lots of little birds calling, from 3-banded plovers to blacksmith lapwings and Egyptian geese, guinea fowl, everything in between. Very cool. Alright, we'll try and see if we can find where Reeps goes. I see he's moving now and try and catch up with him.
Welcome back, everybody. We just decided, Owen and myself, that we're going to stop here and, just listen to any sounds of nature. But while we're doing that, you can see in the distance there, look how amazing that moon is. It's actually a full moon. It's going to be nice and bright tonight. And you can actually see the different sort of colors on that moon. You see the other sides are sort of like lightish in color. And in the middle parts, it has like sort of like darkish parts there, as you can see. Look at that. I believe those sort of black patches are those areas where, got hit by asteroids. But how incredible is that, eh? And also while watching this moon, it'll be, quite nice to just listen for a little bit and just hear if maybe we can hear any animals calling, like territorial calls or some contact calls. You can hear some few birds in the distance. But also this is the time of the day where birds will start to call, calling around the territory, letting other birds know that, they're still around here before they go and sleep. Other than that, I don't hear anything more. I think we're gonna start to move and head more north and see what we can find in that area. It's quite nice. Sometimes it's quite nice to just sit, listen, because there's so much that you can miss if you just drive, and the engine sometimes can be so loud. So you need those moments. You broke up a little bit. Can you go again? Yuri, welcome. I'm glad you can join us in this beautiful evening here. Is there more activity during a full moon of animals? Yes, there is activity. Especially with that moon shining really, really bright like that. For some other animals, it actually makes them see way a lot more better at night. Especially the predators. This time of the night will actually be good for them when they try to hunt, because they can see way a lot more better. But then also with these prey animals as well, when it's quite bright, surprising them, it might be a little bit tricky when you are a predator, because they can have a view of what's going on around them. So yeah, there is a lot of activity that happens. I think we had a cold front today. It is freezing out here. Nice and chilly on myself. I've just got some nice jackets. Getting nice and warm. And also in this particular section we're driving, we have like a drainage line on our left, which also makes it much colder because of that cold wind getting stuck in these drainage lines in the evenings. Right, so there's a junction up ahead. From the junction, we're gonna take the road that goes on our left, and try to head slightly west, and then we're gonna cut north again and into the riverbed and have a look down in that area.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious, and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Well, we're just watching the moon at the moment, sitting stationary, because we had alarm calls for impalas in this area, and we had to leave Marips. Unfortunately, there was like 5 vehicles on standby, so we'd been there for quite a while already. So we left him at Chitwa Dam milling about. He wasn't actually doing anything when we left, he was just sitting. But yeah, there was alarm calls from this section, and I wonder if maybe, just maybe, it wasn't Tandi or Kuchava or maybe Tsemba moving about. They've all gone quiet now, and there's vehicles kind of checking from all directions. I don't know, it could have been any of them really, but the problem is it sounded like it was close to the Mulawanini, which means we don't have great signal in there. So I see a vehicle's coming through there, so we're going to turn around and carry on. Moon is very, very pretty, but we're going to kind of just see how we go. Bumbling back kind of towards Djuma. Now we're going to go into IR. As you can imagine, it's gotten very dark, so poor BK needs to use the infrared now. Wonder which route to take now. Ngari Main is always a good one, kind of heading homewards, because there's been a lot going on there, kind of crossing in from the south. Problem is that the signal is not great through the Mulawati, but I suppose I don't really have much of an option. I've got to cross it at some point this evening, so I suppose it's like a band-aid. We've got to rip it off at some point and get through it, and then we're alright on the other side. But the guys are saying they don't find any tracks that side or anything, so maybe it was just inside Torchwood, I don't know. Unfortunately, there seems as though something's happened with our entire Game Drive radio system this afternoon on the northern side. So it's always got different channels depending on where you are. But the northern side, it seems completely down, so I'm very hesitant to go into Torchwood or Buffelshoek or without that radio working, in case other guys are on there. We don't want to break any agreement rules or anything like that. So just probably avoid that for now. Maybe head there tomorrow rather. It's not like we haven't had a bumper afternoon. Lions on a buffalo kill and young male leopard chasing scrub hares like a cheetah. Pretty epic. Pamela, honestly, I have no idea. We've got to get the scat to Panthera first. So the scat at the moment is just sitting in Djuma's camp, and we've got to then get it down to the Panthera guys. We've then got to get it to Cape Town. We've got to get it to the lab, and it's got to be processed. So I honestly have no idea what the time frame will be on it, but it will be a while. It's not going to be an immediate thing. A lot of you wanting results for this kind of stuff pretty fast, but it's going to take a while, unfortunately. How long, I honestly don't have an answer for. I know that they've got new ways of doing things, and the lady that heads it up, Nikki, was telling me that it's a much faster turnaround now. So hopefully that will be the case, and we'll know sooner rather than later. But we've got to get it to them first. At the moment, it's just a pile of scat in a bag, which is not ideal. I actually need to get it into a proper vial with silica in it, and then kind of send it off from there. Normally what we do is we just drop it off with one guy, and then they get it to them, and somehow gets across the country from the northeastern part to the southwestern part of South Africa. The poor person that has to carry all those vials of poo. Luckily, they're all sealed, so it's not so bad, but if they weren't sealed, it would be a very, very, very horrible task at hand to have to ship that stuff. After that lion assault that we took this afternoon, and I say assault because we had maybe, what do you reckon, Beeks? Five different bombs dropped around us, and this smell was just quite something, to the point where it feels like it's singeing your nostril as it's kind of as you're breathing, which is a delightful thing. So leopards, I find leopards bad, but not that bad. Lions just have a serious pungent smell when they go to the toilet after a big kill like that. If they haven't had a big kill and it's not like the most, or they're not as full as that, then generally it's not too bad. I mean, it's manageable, but when they're just dropping them all around you and they're passing wind, and it's just can be enough to make some people's stomach turn. I know Steve, who's obviously at Pridelands recently, he has such a weak stomach for it. He can't handle it when they do it. I personally don't find it that bad, but it is definitely something that takes some getting used to, and I don't know if you'll ever get truly used to the smell of a lion's scat right next to you. It is quite something. Alright guys, we're going to go through the Mulawati. Unfortunately I have to do it, I've got nowhere else I can go, so I'm sorry if there's a bit of breakup or issues with the signal. I hope that it won't be, but there won't be actually, because we're going to send you to Trico on a Bumble instead.
Thank you, Tristan. I'm still on a Bumble. Just looking around and see what we can find here. It's nice and thick here, so we're expecting some nocturnals to be moving out and about, especially in these areas where we're driving at, as it's nice and thick, some few tall trees around. These are areas that might attract animals like bush babies. Oh, there's something that just crossed the road. That was quick. Let's see if maybe we can have another look. See over there. Oh, that was quite quick. I think it ran into the bushes there. Oh, listen. I don't know if you guys heard that barking noise. Let's listen once more. Did you hear that? So that sounds like a kudu barking in a riverbed, and that type of sound, it is an alarm call. So I'm going to try to move a little bit closer. So it was this sort of loud bark, and it sounds like it's coming from the riverbank here. So who knows, maybe it might be seeing a leopard or even some lions. So let's go have a look. This is exciting. All right, I'm going to stop here once more and just have another listen. So there was about 3 or 2 bucks that I had earlier on. So I'm thinking, let's head down to the riverbed and have a look. It could be that maybe the leopard or a lion or whatever that Kudu just saw realized, oh, I've been seen, and then decided to walk away. And then as soon as that Kudu sees that it's actually really far, decided to stop calling. All right, let's head down here. All right, let's try to drive this riverbed for a little bit and see if we can spot him. Michelle, welcome. I believe your question is, are Kudu alarm calls reliable? Yes, Michelle. Most of the time that I have had Kudu's call, or alarm call rather, and I followed in that particular area, I have found that, it is that they've seen something. And I remember one time, one particular Kudu was calling a little bit further south of us, and in that area there were some lions in that area. So they are very accurate. Also, one other thing that might make it a little bit difficult for us to see is that the edges of this riverbed, it's very thick. Some tall trees, so if whatever that this Kudu is barking at is moving through there or in between the trees, it might prove to be difficult to actually see it. But let's try, let's see. I'm actually gonna turn off again and have another listen, because this car can be quite loud at times. Sounding a lot more quiet again. So I'm going to drop maybe another 200 to 300 meters on this riverbed and have another look and see. I'm gonna turn off once more, and if we don't hear anything, we're gonna basically move up onto the other side of the bank and try to search that area, because we haven't seen anything. But then also, as I said earlier on, I mean, it's very, very thick on the sides of this riverbank. So yeah, it might be a little bit tough to see. And also just that Kudu just, went quiet. All right, awesome. I think I'm going to turn around and I'm going to go back and have a look on the other side of this riverbed. I mean, it was worth to have a look because you'll never know. I mean, I know most of the time whenever Kudu is calling, they always right when the alarm call. Right, so I'm going to quickly just get us onto the other side and see if maybe we can find anything there. Bumbling slowly kind of on the southern side of Djuma. So far, not much to show. Just found tracks for a male leopard crossing out of Djuma. I'd imagine those must be Mulawati's tracks where we are. Just going straight south into Little Gowrie. Look like nice big male leopard tracks, which is his feet. Tortoise Pan has also got a nice set of tracks. I was looking at them nicely this morning. His tracks are big. So got to be careful now between him and Mulawati as to whose tracks are whose. Both of them have fair-sized feet. Tingana, it's interesting because Tingana, I've always said, has never had the most massive of feet. He's got big feet, but not crazy big. I think Mulawati and Tortoise Pan are slightly larger in the foot department than old Tingy, I'm afraid. It's sad that he's getting older and our viewings of him are so infrequent at the moment. It was nice to hear an update though of him last night being at the dam cam and him looking healthy. I'm hoping, at some point he'll make an appearance in the next couple of days before I go. It'll be a while again until I'm back to be able to spend some time with him. So it'll be good if he makes an appearance. Now I just want to check Treehouse Dam quickly, just in case there's any sign of any of the girls. Tammy, in general, wild dogs are the smelliest. When killed, probably a civet. Civets stink when they are dead, really badly. And after feeding, often hyenas can be really bad, but again, so can lions. If they've been feeding on really big old carcasses, so things like elephant and hippos and that, both those animals can really, really smell. In terms of feces, or scat, should we say, then I would say probably lions, and if we're talking about vomit, hyenas. There we go. I think I've covered all areas of scent when it comes to these things. It's pretty disturbing that I've had pretty much everything vomit and poo next to me and smelt most of them dead too, which is also unfortunate. But yeah, that would be probably my take on it. Others might not agree, but that would be kind of roughly what I would say. Alright, Treehouse Dam, what have you got for us? Let's have a look. Probably not very much. A little scrub here bounding along the dam wall. Scrub here, you're lucky Marif's not around, otherwise you'd be getting chased all over the place. Just like to come slowly here and just check. There's like a game path that comes to the water from the east, and often it's the one that leopards will use, and then they just drink on this little corner
of the dam and then back out. So I always like just checking it nicely. There's a grey heron. Let's stop for the heron for a bit, Beaks. You never know what makes a noise while we're sitting here. It is a very, very, very chilly night tonight for our standards. I mean, I know it's not cold compared to some other parts of the country at the moment, or to some other countries in general. But for our standards at this time of the day, it is absolutely freezing. Tomorrow morning is going to be a nightmare. I was saying to BK that tonight we need to prepare for war tomorrow morning, and that means hot water bottles, blankets, everything, because it's the first hour of game drive is going to be most unpleasant, I think, tomorrow morning, especially if that wind kicks up and we start to get it coming off the mountains. It's going to be very, 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 very chilly on game drive. It's weird because a lot of people hear the temperature and they're like, oh, that's not bad. But open vehicles with no protection from the wind, it's pretty rough. Grant, you say you never knew herons hunted at night, but they do. They're actually quite busy birds, even through the night time. We must remember that a lot of their food items are quite active at night. So little fish, frogs particularly, start to kind of come out towards the edges of the dam. So they take advantage of that and feed quite heavily at night. So yeah, they're pretty busy birds. There's actually quite a few birds that are, particularly water birds, that are a lot more active than you would give them credit for under the cover of darkness. If I keep quiet, you might every now and then hear the catfish rolling on the surface as they are trying to gulp air. It's incredible that these dams that were completely dry have fish in them again. Amazes me how things work. And there's some fairly decent sized bream and catfish in all of the dams except for Twin. Buffelshoek and Gari Dam and then Treehouse have all got fairly decent populations of fish at the moment. And they would have got you just through the flooding of drainage lines. So big dams that flood a drainage line, and then that drainage line flows into another dam, and that's how they eventually transport their way through. And when the Mulawati was flooding, it was interesting to see how many little fish were actually around in that water. It was a lot more than I thought they would be, especially when it started to pool up a little bit. One thing about cold nights like this is that it just decreases the amount of calls and things like that, and there's an eerie stillness that weighs in the air. You know, normally this time of the night there's a few crickets calling, there's nightjars, the odd owl calling, lions maybe roar, leopard maybe sawing, hyenas whooping. Those kind of sounds is what you're expecting, but tonight with this cold blanket that's kind of sitting down, it almost feels like everybody's just curled up themselves, and it is eerily quiet tonight. I remember when I was younger, always never really understood the term silence is deafening, but when you come out here and then you kind of sit here and you hear nothing, it's so weird and so out of place that it is almost like you feel like you've gone deaf, that you can't actually hear what's going on. Alright, well, I'm just going to sit here a little while longer and just take in the evening and see if maybe it leads us to finding anything.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
My name is Moritz, and I come to you live every day from Tswalu Kalahari here in South Africa. My favorite thing is probably the predators, and as you can see, we're looking at some of them right now. These are the kings of the Kalahari. Spending time with the cats, it's just a privilege, and I love their behavior. You know, the more that you look at them, just the power and the sheer beauty and elegance of them.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Good evening, and that is a canary. I can't actually tell what type of canary it is just because can't really see the colors on it at the moment. We get, well, you can see how it's also got its head tucked away and it just looks like a ball of fluff. My guess would be a yellow fronted canary. They're the most common one that we get around here, and it's just trying to stay as warm as it can while it's roosting. I was driving around trying to spot some reptiles with my spotlight, so looking for things like chameleons, and this is probably something seen less often, a canary resting in a tree. You see how they tuck their heads underneath their wings to stay warm. Very, very cool. It's amazing how they're able to cling on to those little branches and still stay upright and stay in the tree, even like we saw earlier when the wind is really blowing hard. Every now and then again they'll have to deal with big gusts of winds like we saw earlier. Looks like it's just willing the morning to come. It's been an icy day here at Phinda, and I'm sure it has been over most of South Africa actually. You can see it getting blown out of shot every now and again when the gusts come through. So canaries are usually social birds, so this one is on its own. And we saw some bulbuls earlier that I was hoping would actually cuddle up together. This one's on its own. Wouldn't want to be on my own out here tonight, that's for sure. see the very wavy leaves of the tree that it's sitting on. That's a magic quarry. One of the more common trees here at Phinda. And actually you can find it throughout the Lowveld as well, the other safari areas in South Africa. See, this canary will probably be, like I said earlier, just waiting for the morning to come. They have good eyesight during the day, but it's very important for birds, for obvious reasons, that they're able to see quite well when they're flying around. They also use their vision. They depend on it a lot when they're feeding. These canaries are very well known for eating seeds. So as soon as there's enough light, they'll have to go out and try and forage for the day. And in the evenings is when they try and just hunker down and basically just make it through. But in the dry season now, there's actually quite a lot of things. There's a lot of paper thorns around as well in the bush, so I've seen them quite often eating those. And there's a lot of those thorns around in the dry season, so I'm sure quite a lot of food actually to go around for this little canary around here, which is not always the case. We were talking about the Impala earlier, where in the dry season it does become a lot more difficult for them. We're chatting about how Impala are so successful for a number of reasons, and we were saying how them grooming themselves and each other is a way to keep themselves healthy. And another reason why they are so successful is the calving season and how they synchronize it with the rains. And of course it's a lot more difficult for them to find food in the winter. So I think we're going to keep going. Really, really lucky to see that. I haven't seen that very often before. And for now, let's send you over to Trico.
Alright, welcome back everybody. We just had a particular animal right now crossing the road. And we just want to move in nice and slow so that we potentially don't disturb it too much. But it looked like an African civet that was moving through here. Just turn off and just listen a little bit. Maybe we can hear it move through the bushes here. Yeah, it could have just had us coming through and just stood dead still in the bushes there. But it was an African civet moving through there. Can't see anything. Well, we're gonna keep on moving. I mean, since it's a very small animal, so it can be quite tough to see them. Maybe we might find another one, who knows, along the road here. I believe one viewer is asking, are they endangered? No, they are not endangered, but a very good question there. And we usually see quite a lot here in Ngala, but you mostly see them at night time since they are nocturnals. During the day, You'll be finding an area where it's nice and thick and hide away and slip. Alright, I think let's stop here for a little bit and have another listen around. Alright everybody, it's been quite an amazing afternoon having you guys joining your sunset live safari. I hope everybody did enjoy it from everywhere in the world you're watching us from. It's been very, very spectacular. There's the moon there still shining very, very bright. And from me and Owen and the rest of the team, have a very good night, and we shall see you guys tomorrow morning, same place.